Oh, there we go. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the stream. John, Mr. Santa, Tawin, Mike, welcome, guys. Thank you very much for being here today. We are going to level our mage. I have mail from the auction house. That's a good sign. Okay, it could have been better. 38 gold. It's not awful. 38 gold for some bear flanks. It's pretty good. Bandit, good evening to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. Do I need to train? I probably should at least go check it out while we're here. I don't know why I'm riding this mount. There we go. Oh my god, I'm all trained up. No, impossible.
For the Horde.
I'm all trained up, but I do have 3 talent points to spend. So at least there's that. Let's grab Ice Barrier. Improved Freeze gives your water elemental's freeze spell a 33% chance to grant 2 charges of Fingers of Frost. Yeah, I probably need to be using his freeze a lot more. I think in order to use it more, I'd probably have to re-keybind it. Except I don't really have a lot of good keybinds for it. Let's see. Adds a chill effect to your blizzard spell, lowers the target's movement speed. I don't really care about that. Gives the caster a 50% chance for ice barrier spell to automatically cast with no mana cost upon taking damage. Oh, that's kind of cool. Reactive barrier. Gives your ice barrier spell a 100% chance to freeze all enemies. That's kind of cool. Maybe I just take piercing chill? I think I'll just grab this. And that's fine for now. Alright, with that done, let's go ahead and hearth back to Thrallmar. Empty bags? Yeah, I got empty bags. It's almost like at some point I was doing like pretty good to stay efficient on this character. I have some herbs that, like, honestly, I probably can just vendor these herbs. But yeah, besides that, we got pretty clean bags. We were all trained up. Looking pretty good. Not that I don't have enough to play right now, but have I tried Lord of the Rings Online? Yeah, I played Lord of the Rings Online when it first came out, actually. Like, when it first came out. Then I realized that I needed a better PC to play video games on. And shortly after that, I did upgrade my PC. Yeah, it was okay when it first came out. I guess I never really got, like, super into it. There were lots of good MMOs that came out that just kind of had the curse of not being World of Warcraft, you know? Like, back in the day, an MMO would come out, it would be pretty dang good. But since it wasn't WoW, like, eventually, like, you would just go back to playing WoW. Or at least, that's what I did. Like, oftentimes, my entire guild would try out, like, a new MMO together. We did that for WildStar, we did it for Aeon, we did it for Star Wars The Old Republic. But eventually, like, we'd all just filter back to WoW. I heard they were doing, like, a fresh start server for Lord of the Rings. Yeah, like a progression server. Yeah, EverQuest does the same thing every couple of years. Where they'll open up a new server, they'll set the level cap at the first expansion, then they'll slowly release the content over time. I feel like... I read some stuff about the Lord of the Rings progression server, and I forget what it was that I read that kind of turned me off to it. It was almost like it wasn't really a fresh start, or that maybe there's stuff on the store that can really help people get an edge. I don't remember what it was that I read, but it was like, it was an article a guy was writing because he was excited about the Lord of the Rings fresh start. but he was like talking about prep, like things he wanted to prep and get done before the progression server opened. And like, I don't know, something struck me as weird. I know that's very vague, I know. Either way, yeah, I really I really don't have time. I mean, I could make time, but there is store stuff, okay. But it's mainly a PvE. Yeah, but sometimes it's not about like whether or not you need it. Like, obviously you don't need it. I think like what bothers people about store stuff is when store stuff gives you an edge for leveling. So like, that could be in the form of an XP boost. It could be in the form of like buff food. It could be in the form of actual gear. And so like for me, anytime a game has a store where you can buy something that like alters how well you level or how quick you level compared to like a fresh start character, like that really turns me off. Like I just, and I get it, like WoW sells boosts, like FF14 sells boost. What I really hate is like the bonus XP items. I feel like you should sell a boost or nothing. Like if you want to sell a max level boost, sell a max level boost. But don't sell stuff that speeds up leveling for people that are actually choosing to level. Do I know how to play this character? Okay, I guess. Maybe I'll install it and just tool around in it. But yeah, I really dislike store stuff. Warg Master's Head, okay. Warhammer Online was good. There is I think there's a fan-run server for Warhammer. I think they also did like a fresh start recently. You should look into that if you're a Warhammer Online person. Like, I feel like they also did a fresh start recently on like a fan-run server, which is like the only type of server that exists now for Warcraft Online. When am I sleeping? Normal sleeping time. Normal human hours for sleeping. I'm in the United States. So if you are in another country, which it looks like you might be, then when it's nighttime for you, it's not for me, vice versa. Yeah, it's like we have a globe, and depending on where you're at on the globe, that determines like where the sun is at, and that determines like what time of day it is. So if you're around the world from me, then, you know, when it's daytime here, it's probably nighttime where you're at. Return of Reckoning is fun. Yeah, that's what it's called. Return of Reckoning for the Warhammer thing. You know, I saw something really exciting the other day. It's probably not true, but I saw an article that indicated that there's a chance, just a chance, that we'll get a Final Fantasy XI Classic. You have no idea how much I want a Final Fantasy XI, like, classic remaster. I would play the shit out of a Final Fantasy XI classic remaster. That would be my jam. And so I saw an article, but I think it was like the internet reading my mind and telling me what I wanted to hear, you know? You ever get that feeling like the internet is lying to you and just kind of telling you what it thinks you want to hear? That was kind of what I felt. I have no idea what I'm doing here, by the way. Okay, I'm getting boiling blood and then I'm burning it at the cauldron. Okay, I do know what I'm doing. I lied. You never played FF11? Well, it's an older game. I played FF11 when I was 19, like the summer of the year I was 19. And I don't have any other memories of that summer except sitting in the basement with my PlayStation 2 playing FF11. Like, I don't think I did anything else. It's kind of weird. I have no other memories of that summer. I don't even know if I was working a job. I don't remember going to work. It's weird. It's a weird one. I must have had a job. I was like 19. Maybe I was younger. Maybe I was younger than I think I am. Maybe this was high school years for me. When did FF11 release? Maybe I was 17. Maybe that's why I don't remember doing a lot besides sitting on my ass and playing a video game. So maybe I was still in high school. Either way, I would really love a classic remaster of that game. I feel like I'm having some respawn issues here. Let's move over here. The internet only harbors the truth. Wow. The internet's got you. Yeah, so that would be cool. On the, you know, also, like, talking about games that are actually going to come out, Pantheon Rise of the Fallen is coming out to early access this December. So if you are a fan of, like, a more classic MMORPG, keep your eye on Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. This is one of those games that, like, I thought was going to turn into vaporware. Like, I never thought they were going to release Pantheon to the general public, because Pantheon's been in development for like 8 years. But they're putting it out to early access this December, and it actually looks pretty good. It's looking pretty good. So I think that's going to be a lot of fun for anybody who likes a more classical style of MMO. And then what else is coming out? And then in not really in the same genre, but then in February, Avowed. Avowed comes out in February. So that's cool. Mendy, good afternoon to you, and welcome to the stream. I have 7 blood. I think with the blood, it has a chance to fail, doesn't it? So maybe I need to collect more than 12. Do I need to be back here for any other reason? I don't think so. How am I liking the War Within? It's pretty good. I've beat the MSQ, I beat the zone MSQs, and now I have the 5-chapter endgame MSQ to get through. So, like, I'm not really through the whole MSQ yet. So, you know, but, you know, gameplay-wise, it's okay. I have enjoyed pressing the buttons. I have enjoyed moving my character through the environments. Do you guys think I need Frostfire Bolt and Frostbolt? Because I have a feeling that maybe I could just go down to Frostbolt. Yeah, I don't know that I need... Well, I'm getting procs. I'm getting some kind of proc on my Frostbolt, so maybe I do need both? I really don't know. Very strange. Okay, we got 7 still. Yeah, it's really cool that it's in that universe. Now, that being said, like, I never beat those games because I'm, like, terrible about playing CRPGs. I always think I'm, like, ready for a CRPG, and then, like, it's a lot of reading. It's a lot of I like reading, but like in a video game, like it's a lot of reading. What did I think about the Ringing Deeps? It was okay. All the zones are okay. You know, my favorite zones are obviously Hollowfall and Isle of Dorn. Isle of Dorn is my favorite zone, and why is it my favorite zone? Well, because it's outside and I can see the sky. So Isle of Dorn is my favorite zone, Hollowfall is my second favorite zone, and then Azj-Kahet is my third favorite zone. Ringing Deeps, I could take it or leave it. I didn't really care one way or another. It had some cool areas to it. But in my opinion, all the 3 other zones are better. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing the side quest in Hollowfall. I have to do a bunch of side quests still in Ringing Deeps, and I'm not looking forward to those. The Ringing Deeps is the zone like I got to, and I was like, yeah, kobolds and stuff. Not really interested in a lot of the side quests going on. I'm not really interested in the Earthen. Like, they just don't interest me. And so, like, yeah, I gotta get through the side quests there in the recorded series, and I'm looking forward to being able to move on to Hollowfall, though, because that seems like it's gonna be an area where I actually, like, enjoyed the lore. Yeah, in the recorded series, like, after I realized how much was locked behind completing the MSQ, I had to pivot from doing the side quest while I did the MSQ to just focusing the MSQ. Because, like, so much of the gameplay at level cap is locked behind completing the story chapters in the 4 zones. And I wish I would have known that from the outset, because I would have been fine just mainlining the MSQ and then coming back for the side quest. For some reason, I thought all the endgame stuff, like world quests and events, I thought it was locked behind level 80. But no, it's not locked behind level 80, it's locked behind literally finishing the MSQ in the 4 zones. Things I wish I knew going in. MSQ stands for Main Story Questing. It's a term that we co-opted from Final Fantasy XIV. World of Warcraft calls it the Campaign Quest. Campaign Quest is what World of Warcraft calls it. But it refers to the main story questing. And so yeah, if you are yet to play War Within, or if you're starting up, focus the main story quest down. This is one thing I wish I knew before I started playing. Do the main story quest first, do all of the main story, then come back and do the side quests. Because that way, when you come back and do the side quest at that point, you're going to also be completing world quests. Because a lot of the world quests are like mimicries of the side quests. And so if you've completed the MSQ and your world questing is open, when you do the side quest, you'll be doubling up. And you'll be completing side quest, and you'll also be completing world quest and getting loot and stuff like that. Gaining more renown. Yeah, you definitely want to do the MSQ first. Don't waste your time doing anything else until you've completed the MSQ. That would be my advice. It's not long. Like, each zone only has 3 story chapters, and when you do it together, without breaking between for side quests, I found that it has a nice flow to it. It hasn't, think about it, it's like a 4-episode mini-series. This is how I started to think about it to make it okay. Is that it's a 4-episode mini-series. Each zone is an episode. And so, like, if you just do it straight through, like, you can finish a zone in like an hour or 2. MSQ done, like hour and a half, MSQ done in the zone, on to the next zone. Yeah, it's like a 4-episode mini-series. Yeah, and you won't hit, by doing just the MSQ, you won't hit 80. You'll probably end up being like 78. So you won't hit 80 by doing the MSQ, but then you'll quickly hit 80 after that by doing a few side quests, doing a couple dungeons, doing a couple delves. Like, you'll be 80 in no time after that, and you'll have opened up all of the endgame content. Oh, and if you're just now getting a character to cap, I'm sorry. Because as of yesterday, Blizzard has made it harder for you to get your character through the questing and to cap. That's right, they nerfed you. So if you were playing during early access, you were unnerfed. And if you're playing during delayed access, you have been nerfed. I'm sorry. Blizzard is punishing you because you did not want to play early access. So you'll have a little bit of a slower time leveling up than a lot of us had in the early access period. Oh, I did all the quests in Rambleshire. Yeah, when I did the Isle of Dorn, I did all the side quests along with the main quest. Like, I stopped to do side quests. So my Isle of Dorn is done. I have a couple of quests in the Isle of Dorn that didn't open up until I hit 80 that I'll have to circle back for. But yeah, I did all the Rambleshire quests. Ultimately, like, Isle of Dorn is my favorite place, so I'm kind of glad that I took my time in the beginning and just, like, cleared everything there right away. By the time I finished Isle of Dorn, I was like level 76 already. before I touched any of the other zones. Alright, I have 12 blood. I'm gonna see if maybe I can go boil this blood and finish this quest. Yeah, all the questing I've done in War Within is in the record. Everything in War Within going forward is going to be in the recorded series. Like, all the questing is already there. MSQ, side quest, everything I've been doing to level up is in the recorded series. I've done a couple of streams of like regular dungeons, and we did some heroic dungeons yesterday. I don't really plan to stream War Within going forward. I'm gonna put everything in recorded stuff. And that's how I'm gonna handle that. This quest, it's so annoying. It's always great when there's other people around to kind of like help out with this one. Because like sometimes for whatever reason, like they're not aggressive, but sometimes one of them aggroes. And once one of them aggroes, like you have to kill all of them. I'm trying not to what happens is like, yeah, you'll get an aggressive one in the mix, or you'll accidentally right click one. Like here we go, now we've aggroed them. There we go, that killed them pretty efficiently. That's not doing any damage at all. And then they like weirdly they disappear after a minute. You can't even really kill them. Yeah, John, from what I found, that's the best way to do it. That's what, if I could go back and do it differently, that's what I would have done. And then, like, the good thing about that is then, like, that way you've opened up endgame stuff and you can just take your time with the side quest. There's no rush to get any of it done. It's the best way to do it. Do I remember how to play this character in a group setting? I don't know. Not really. Just push buttons, WoW is easy. This is not wrong. Yeah. Like, just press buttons, WoW is easy. Like, that's 100% accurate. Yeah, I can literally just press some buttons and, like, I'm doing fine. Undead Adam, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Patrick, thank you so much, man, for the $30 super chat. That is incredibly generous of you, and I really appreciate it. TBC was a great expansion. In fact, like, TBC might have been the best. Might have been Classic at its best. It didn't get to live for a long time in Classic. Maybe one day we'll get a progression server, and then we can relive it for the second time. It was a bummer, like, as soon as they announced Wrath of the Lich King, I had just gotten my warrior to level 70. I had just started doing heroics. I had just gotten 2 pieces of my bold set, like my pre-raid dungeon set. And then, like, I got to that point, I was about to start doing the Magister's Terrace, like, 5-man, and then they announced Wrath, and then everybody stopped doing heroics in TBC. Like, nobody gave a crap anymore. They were done. They were like, Wrath's coming out in 2 months. Done. No more reason to do heroics. No more reason to push progression. I was incredibly sad. That's essentially exactly what happened to me the first time around in TBC. Also, I finally got my warrior to cap. I did a ton of. I got to do more heroics the first time around. But yeah, basically as soon as I was ready to do like Kara. Like, nobody wanted to do Kara anymore. Because people were just waiting for Wrath to come out at that point.
This may hurt.
Yeah, the only reason I think they won't add era servers is that I feel like their excuse would be they don't want to split up the player base, you know? I feel like we're more likely to see a progression server that starts back at vanilla and then progresses through Lich King. I think we're more likely to see a progression server than permanent era servers. I would like to see both of those things. I feel like there's you know, people who want permanent era servers for both TBC and Lich King, and then I think people like fresh starts, so I think people be down for like a progression server that resets every couple years. No, they don't. You're absolutely. Mr. Santa says, I'm afraid at this moment Blizzard doesn't really care about Classic. No, you're absolutely right. That's like, the sad thing is ultimately, like, Classic is always going to be back burner for Blizzard Entertainment. It's always going to be on the back burner. Classic is always going to be the thing they use to fill time between major real game expansions. It's always going to be relegated to filling that time between expansions. And how they fill that time will probably vary. You know, the easiest way for them to fill that time is by releasing things like Mist of Pandaria Classic, Warlords of Draenor Classic. And then, you know, every couple of years you'll probably see like a new Season of Discovery type thing pop off. And that's probably really all they do. It would be easier for them if they would just do progression servers. That would generate quite a bit of Classic era hype, and it would be pretty easy to maintain like a progression server type deal. But I'm not sure people at Blizzard know what a progression server is. They're probably not really keyed into like EverQuest communities or like Lord of the Ring communities. They're probably not keyed into these communities that do progression servers, so they might not even know what it is. You know, it just might not occur to them because they literally might not know. I almost got myself completely murdered there. Just almost completely deleted from existence. Our only hope is Microsoft? Yes. This is absolutely true. I think our only hope of like anybody paying attention to Classic or Classic development or doing interesting things is Microsoft.
Challenges. Pity they were all in vain. Soon your people will kneel to my lord. You are nothing. I answer a higher call. My lord will be the end of you all.
If they did a TBC fresh start, how long would it take for the first person to get epic flying? 12 hours. I would think 12 hours. They could easily put Classic on the Game Pass. And they wouldn't even need to make it controller compatible. Just require people to plug in a keyboard. Everybody has a USB keyboard. USB like keyboards are really easy to get. You just plug it in and you go. It doesn't need to be controller compatible. Like, I was playing Final Fantasy XI on my PS2 back in like 2003. And I had a mouse and keyboard hooked up to it. So, like, if I can do that on my PS2 in 2003, I'm sure people can do that on their Xbox in 2024.
It is not over.
That's a nice mace, man. I don't know if I've ever seen this mace drop. It's nice. And that's the run. That's it. Final Fantasy XI was my jam. I'm waiting for Final Fantasy XI Classic Remaster, which I saw rumors might eventually be a thing. By the time I played it, you did not have to type out your cast. I'm not sure like what early version that might have been. Yeah, I remember being able to click buttons to cast. I don't remember having to type it out. So maybe it was a quality of life thing. I want this herb. Although I'm a fast typer, so I kind of like the idea of having to type out your cast. Like /fireball. Like if we had to type out our cast, I would probably be better than a lot of players of the game because I can type really fast. And I don't have to look or anything to do it. That would give me an edge. Karen, good evening and welcome to the stream. Robert, good afternoon, man. We are doing this today. This is what we are doing for today's stream. Yeah, and probably for a little while. I think it'll probably eventually be a mix of this and the classic era paladin. I've kind of decided to I'm gonna keep all the War Within content in the recorded series. Even when I start doing Mythic Plus runs, I'm gonna keep it in the recorded series. I don't think I'm gonna stream a ton of War Within. I think I'm gonna keep the streams mainly classic going forward. For lots of reasons. For a few reasons. Did I get burnout? It's the burnout's not the right word. I guess, like, what I realized is that exploring a modern WoW expansion fresh, there are going to be things that I don't like. I'm going to encounter gameplay and design choices and systems that I hate. And I don't want to discover that kind of stuff with an audience anymore. I don't really want to have an audience for when I feel very negatively about the game that I'm trying to play. Because, like, ultimately, like, I'm not a very nice person, and so it leads to situations where, like, I just kind of let that show. Because I don't really like when people have commentary on my reactions to things, when my reaction is negative. And someone has, like, a comment or, like, a concern with my reaction. Like, I just don't want to deal with that kind of thing. And when I'm exploring a new WoW expansion, what I've realized is there's going to be shit that I hate. Like, and so I want to discover that stuff on my own. I want to discover those moments and have those moments in private. Is kind of what I decided. Whereas, like, with Classic, I know what to expect. Like, Classic is Classic. I've played this content before. I know the stuff that's annoying. I know how it's going to impact me. There's not going to be any surprises for me. And I feel like the kind of person I am, like, that's going to make better content. Yeah. And then I don't have somebody in the stream listening to me complain, and then the thing that they say is, "Oh, sounds like third world problems." Yes, he said sounds like third world problems because he doesn't know what the saying is. And so, like, I just want to, like, I want to avoid situations like that. And I feel like the easiest way to avoid situations like that and to avoid a lot of idiots is to not stream Modern WoW. I think I will leave the streaming of Modern WoW to other streamers. Because, like, firstly, a lot of you guys don't even like Modern WoW. Secondly, like, my core audience doesn't really like Modern WoW. And thirdly, when I stream Modern WoW, idiots come out. I just attract a bunch of idiots. And that's not really the audience I'm looking for. So yeah. That was it. It took 2 days of streaming it to realize that, like, I like doing the recorded stuff in Modern WoW, and I'm just gonna keep it to recorded stuff. When we get to the War Within Classic, then I'll stream it. I'll stream the War Within Classic in 4 years when we get to that point. Yeah, that's what I realized too. Yeah, WoW has a love-hate relationship with your mental health. Yeah, what I realize is that, like, for me, like, I am going to ignore all the content that I don't like. And for me, in Modern WoW, that means that all I'm going to do on a character is I'm going to get them enough gear to start doing the content that I like, and I'm going to ignore all the other content in the game. Just like I did with Season 3 and Season 4 of Dragonflight. I'm not going to get on their treadmill of daily activities. I'm not going to get on their treadmill of weekly activities. It feels like... it just puts me in a bad mood. Like, it's hard to explain. Like, I get on the game, like, because I'm excited to play, but then I encounter these designs within the game that just really just put me in just an awful mood. Like, yeah, like having to go do a quest to get a crate that drops a key so I can do a delve that's empowered so I can get to the end so I can use the key to unlock the chest to maybe get a piece of gear, and I can do that 4 times a week, but there are 3 bountiful delves a day, and really I should be saving my keys till Season 1 because the gear will scale higher. Like, I don't want to get on that daily treadmill. I don't want to get on that weekly hamster wheel. It just feels like it immediately puts me into a really awful mood. That was what I realized yesterday, like flying around doing the world quest, trying to figure out the stupid daily events, trying to find out where these dumb keys come from. Like, all that stuff just really just puts me in a bad mood. Like, I like doing content that's fun and then getting some kind of reward for it. And then doing content that's fun. I don't want to be on the treadmill. I don't want to feel like I have to log in every day. I don't want to feel like I have to do X amount of these a week, X amount of this a week, X amount of those. I don't want to have a spreadsheet tracking on a week-to-week basis to make sure that I've done all the content that I need to effectively do in that week. Like, that kind of shit just makes me feel like I just get depressed, you know? And when I get depressed, I get mad. Does anybody else ever have that reaction? Like, when something starts to depress me, I just, instead of staying depressed, I just get pissed off. Like, that's what happened. It's like the systems start to depress me, and then I just get mad instead. And like, yeah, is that what it is? You have chores at home, you don't want to do them in a game. Maybe that's what it is, man. Like, people say that, they say, like, you know, oh, Modern WoW feels like a chore. And I guess that's what it is. Maybe that's why, because I hate work. Like, I hate actual work. I am a lazy SOB. So maybe why I got mad was because, yeah, it started to feel like work. I had to do research, and then I had to figure out where to get the key, and then the quest wanted me to have, and I realized that everything was going to be like that. I realized that was not a one-off situation. Every system in the game at endgame that I encountered was going to be that way. And yeah, it struck me as work. It just made me depressed, and I got mad about it. And so I'm done. I'm not doing any of it. What I am going to do is I'm going to do heroics to get my character some gear so that when mythics open up, I can do mythics. And I'll do a recorded series for mythic progression. I'll probably like edit together like 3 or 4 runs an episode, and so I'll be able to edit them and like kind of like, you know, cut out the wait time between runs and stuff like that. And then I'm just going to do mythics. I'm not going to do the world quest. I'm not going to do the daily events. I'm not going to worry about farming keys. And then with delves, I'm going to do delves on my paladin, and that's going to be the same thing. I'm not going to worry about what's a bountiful delve and what's not. I'm going to do all the delves. I'm going to try to push them all to max rank, and that's how I'm going to tackle it. I'm just going to do the content that I find fun, and I'm going to ignore every other piece of content that the game offers. And that's going to be my War Within experience. And I'm going to do that in the recorded series, where I can just like, I can take it all in at my own pace. I don't have to worry about the sorts of people that like I'm pulling out of the woodwork by choosing to stream Modern WoW, and I can just stream Classic instead. Yeah, it just isn't worth it for me. Like, the amount of negativity that I have to confront streaming Modern WoW, there's no benefit. Like, there's not a benefit. Like, I wish it weren't the case. Like, with the exclusion of maybe like big launch nights. I think big launch nights are fun, they're exciting, like people are usually like good humored. and I enjoy like launch nights, but like daily streaming of modern WoW, it's kind of like it has a toxic effect on my mental health. And if it's having a toxic effect on my mental health, it's not going to be good content for you guys. It's not going to be an enjoyable stream to like come and chill and talk about the game. If I'm feeling depressed about the activities that I'm doing in the game, and if I'm getting angry that I'm depressed, there's no way that's good for you guys to hang out. It just can't be. And it's not the kind of content that I want to leave forever on the internet either. Yeah, like I guess that's it. Like I don't want to do daily work inside of a video game. I don't want to log in every day and do daily work, and I don't want to subject an audience to that daily work either. Like, here's my daily work for the day. Watch me do this tedious daily grind. Like, I don't think that's going to be enjoyable for everybody. You know, if I was a person that enjoyed that kind of grind, then it could be enjoyable content. I'm sure there are streamers who get on Modern WoW every single day, and they stream the daily grind for their audiences every single day, and they probably like it, and they enjoy what they're doing, and therefore their audience enjoys the content. But I am clearly a person that it does not enjoy like the daily, weekly systems built into Modern WoW to cause you to have to do these things every day, every week, or else. Like, I don't like it. I'm looking for Warp Nether. Warp Nether. Though also, there might be some other quests for me to do if I want to come over this way. We can work on this for now. Though I'm not sure these guys are dropping what I need. Maybe I need to do this. This might be smart. Let's do this. Okay, okay, there we go. Now we're talking. Is this the Black Mage Weave? It's not. It looks similar to the Black Mage Weave, but it's two different pieces. I don't think this character has the Black Mage Weave transmog. This is an approximation. Gold Weave Tunic and Wanderer's Stitched Trousers. These are not trousers. I'd hate to break it to you, Blizz, but we are not wearing trousers. I've seen trousers. I own trousers, and this is not trousers. But that's what they call it. The dailies and weeklies in ESO are super easy. Reward is not important, and you don't need to do them. See, that's better. Yeah, like, Modern WoW has this way of, like, it just makes you feel like you have to do them. And they're easy, but they're not intuitive, if that makes sense. Like, for instance, like, I had to look up what I was supposed to do. I had to look up, like, what the currency was, what the key was, where I got the key from. Like, it's not hard, it's just not intuitive. It's like they designed their game very much based around the fact that you, as a player, are going to watch 5 hours of videos before you play that's going to explain to you how to play. Like, you have to go watch like a Bellular video or like something to show you like what you're supposed to do and what everything means and what all the currencies do, because the game isn't really going to do that for you. And they're going to make it as complicated as they can within the bounds of reason. So yeah, it's not intuitive and it's not fun. And they've put it in such a way that like they make you feel like it's not really optional. They want you to feel like it's mandatory because they need you to log into the game every day, and they need you to log into the game every day forever. And so they do what they can, even though it is optional, obviously, they do what they can to make you feel like it's not. And I don't like how that feels. So I'm not going to partake in it. I'm gonna do an ESO run, like soon. Soon. It'll have to be a recorded series because there's so much dialogue in ESO that it doesn't make for good streaming content. That's what I found out when we streamed it a couple of times. There's so much spoken dialogue that I kind of want to listen to, that I think like people might want to listen to, that it doesn't really make good streaming content.
Glad I could help.
Because then like either I'm talking over the NPC, or like I'm not interacting with chat because NPCs are talking constantly.
For real. Glad I could help.
But eventually I'm going to do a recorded series. Now that I know how I want to play the game, I'm going to do the faction story, the Cold Harbor story, and then do each expansion in chronological order. I've never gotten to experience endgame in Final Fantasy or ESO, sadly. Sadly, the only endgame I've ever experienced in an MMO has been World of Warcraft. I would love for that to change one day. Humorously, I have Final Fantasy XIV and ESO installed right now. Because, like, that was another part of my thought process. I thought to myself, upon, like, feeling how I felt yesterday, I thought, like, what is endgame like in other MMOs? Like, is this what endgame is like in every MMO? Or is this just what endgame feels like in World of Warcraft now? And so yeah, I have both ESO and FF14 installed, actually. So, and I would love to one day experience what endgame is like in those games. Yeah, to get into Final Fantasy, you have to be like really into the story, and I do like the story of FF14. I would love to see the whole story play out. I played up through Shadowbringers. Not that I really remember a lot of Realm Reborn or the second expansion, but I play, or I don't Stormlight. I guess I don't remember anything. But for some reason, I remember little bits of Shadowbringers. Like I remember like key moments in Shadowbringers, but I don't really remember any of the rest of the story. Shit, maybe I played through a Realm Reborn and then maybe I boosted. Maybe that's why I don't remember the second or third expansions at all. I think that might be the case. I think I might have gotten to the end of a Realm Reborn. Shadowbringers was coming out. My friend in my guild at the time were like going into Final Fantasy to like give it a shot. And I might have boosted a character to get them into Shadowbringers content. That would explain why I have a lot of memories of the Shadowbringers story, but I don't have any memories of like anything else beyond a Realm Reborn. But Final Fantasy games were what originally got me into playing RPGs. Like Final Fantasy VI and Final Fantasy VII, like those games got me into RPGs, whereas before then I just played like random. I wasn't even really much of a gamer. I guess I played video games, but just like whatever my friends were playing. Like we were playing like Mortal Kombat or something. And so like I love Final Fantasy. It's like my favorite genre of all time, like just Final Fantasy games. Like But you know, it's been a long time since a good like since I played Final Fantasy. I think Final Fantasy 9 was like the pinnacle for me. And then like Final Fantasy 10 I didn't like. Final Fantasy 11 was the story of Star Wars A New Hope, and I didn't like that either. Yeah, so like, and then Final Fantasy 13 was just weird and I didn't like it either. So like, I liked Final Fantasy up until like Final Fantasy 9. Final Fantasy 9 was like the ultimate expression of Final Fantasy, and then that was it. And then every other Final Fantasy seemed like it sucked until 14 came out. And then the story of 14 seems like it's obviously really good, people really enjoy it. And then like Final Fantasy 15 seemed okay. I watched some of 16. 16 actually seemed really good. But it seemed very different from like a Final Fantasy game. But it seemed good anyway. Have I ever recorded? Yeah, I've you know, back in the day I tried starting up Final Fantasy 14 playthroughs on the channel, like as recorded series, like before I streamed. And they never did well, obviously. Like, it doesn't, I don't think it makes for good recorded content for a couple reasons. Like, the first reason is there's so much content to get through that, like, if you're dropping an hour of content a day, it's gonna be like a 300 or 400 episode series, and like no one's gonna watch it. And so, you know, it didn't do well. Eventually I dropped stuff that like super underperforms. Like if it's just not performing at all and nobody's watching it, then it's a waste of my time. So I think for a game like Final Fantasy, I'd probably have to stream it, because that way I could get chunks of it done at a time. It wouldn't be enjoyable to play a game like that for just an hour a day and just record the hour and be done with it. I don't think I could enjoy it that way. I'd have to be able to play like big chunks of it at once to feel like I was like making story progress. Yeah, and part of me, like, I wouldn't mind sometimes using the stream to explore other games. I feel like that could be fun sometimes. And then if we find something that like really sticks, we can stick with it. How has my viewership of classic stuff been since the release of War Within? It's like basically the same, but I'm not pushing out a lot of classic stuff. I'm keeping the Paladin playthrough going. It's been a slow time. My channel has reached what I call like a plateau. I've been very much at this plateau probably since I started streaming like a year ago. Like, originally when I started streaming, I thought it was going to be a way to like help grow the community and grow the channel, but that really didn't seem to be the case. And yeah, the channel's been pretty much plateaued out for like the last year or two. Pull it. Yeah, put a poll out. FF14 or ESO stream. Why am I not in War Within doing dungeon spam? I can't. I did some heroics yesterday. I have 2 weeks until season 1 starts. I'm not streaming retail. Now after the last couple retail streams I've done, I've decided that like all the retail stuff I do is going to be in recorded series. Even when I go after Keystone Master, I'm gonna go after Keystone Master, and I'm gonna do it in a recorded series. Are we just naming MMOs now? Yes. Yeah, I want the streams to either just be chill content, or like we're playing classic and we're just having a good time because it's classic, or I wouldn't mind using the streams to check out other MMOs. But what I don't want to do is I don't think I want to stream any more Modern WoW. I'll let other people do that. There are other people who enjoy all aspects of Modern WoW more than I do. And because they enjoy all those aspects more than I do, they are always going to be better at making content for Modern WoW. Where there are things about Modern WoW that I find very emotionally abrasive. Raid Shadow Legends. I should answer one of their emails, yeah. What's the chance that I'll stream RuneScape one day, and why is it 0%? Because I missed the boat on RuneScape. RuneScape, I think, is very much like classic WoW. Like, mostly people enjoy it if they were there for it originally the first time around. Like, I've never played a minute of RuneScape, and I've seen what RuneScape looks like. And so, you know, like, we all know what it looks like. And I just don't know, without any kind of nostalgia, I probably can't get into it. SWTOR is too pay to, yeah. No, I think if I try to step into a different MMO anytime soon, it's going to be either ESO or Final Fantasy 14. Like, those are the ones that are on the table. Until Pantheon Rise of the Fallen comes out in December, and then we're definitely going to try that. And I'm hoping that's fun. Ashes of Creation someday? No, man. No. Ashes of Creation. I don't think Ashes of Creation's ever going to come out. It's been in development for 10 years. They're still in alpha. And they're not even in like a very like... When they say alpha, they mean like small parts of the game that they're putting on showcase. Like, it's not even like there's a game that's kind of made, but they're in the alpha version of it. There are small pieces of content made specifically for them to sell people alpha access and to showcase. And I don't think that Ashes of Creation is ever going to come out. And I kind of think, like, with the way development has gone and all the additions and changes and stuff that's happened throughout the years, I would think that even if it does come out, I don't think it would be very good. So yeah, but I think that's gonna turn into like a vaporware type of situation. Aeon Classic? Are you kidding me? Aeon was a fun game. I had fun with Aeon for what it was. Aeon was very grindy. I remember like finding areas to just run circles to level up. Like, you would just find like a good grind spot and you would just grind for hours. Like, this is what me and my guild did. We all found our grind spots. We sat in vent and we just ground out like levels. Like, Aeon had these really cool, like, they were like elite villages. The elite villages in Aeon were a lot of fun to like tackle in a guild group.
Be safe. May your blades never dull. Zug, for the Horde! Dabu!
We should just play Fortnite on the stream. I should just give up and just play Fortnite.
What now?
I'd probably play Minecraft before I played Fortnite.
Beware. Our aims are forsaken.
Mukra! Victory!
Did I stream Plunderstorm? You bet I did. I definitely did. I think I streamed I think I did Plunderstorm streams for like 3 or 4 days in a row. I played much more Plunderstorm than anybody wanted to watch me play. Let's put it that way. Like there were not a lot of people enjoying the Plunderstorm streams, but I had fun with it. I really liked Plunderstorm. I think they should make Plunderstorm into its own game. And I think, obviously you don't call it Plunderstorm, you call it like World of Warcraft Battle Royale. And then you have different seasons, like we had Plunderstorm was the pirate season. You just do different themes, different maps, different seasons. And I think they had a really fun concept, like I had fun playing it. I would probably still occasionally pop into it like today if it still existed. I would like to have seen some more like rewards for the actual game that I was playing. Like the reason I didn't play more Plunderstorm is like all the rewards tied back into Dragonflight, and like I didn't really care about Dragonflight cosmetics and stuff. I really wish I could have got some more cosmetics for my actual like Plunderstorm avatar. Like they offered some stuff, but I feel like if it were just like World of Warcraft Battle Royale, you can do a lot more with it. Yeah, it was just hop in, hop out fun times, right? Like, that was it. You pop in, you play some Plunderstorm for a bit. I think I played more Plunderstorm than I played Pandaria Remix. So, there's that. Alright, we've got a couple of torches. I think we have to light these over here at the furnace. We'll probably get another remix before we get a permanent version of Plunderstorm. Maybe. You know, supposedly Microsoft has a team working on smaller titles using Blizzard IPs. Like, that's supposedly a thing that's going on. So if they're trying to work on smaller games using existing IPs, then to me it kind of makes sense that they would make like a Battle Royale permanently. And just like, and then offer, obviously you put that on Game Pass. StarCraft Rumble. There you go. Don't give him any ideas. We might see StarCraft come back too, though, because Microsoft actually likes RTS games. Like, Microsoft sees value in RTS. Or obviously, like, Activision Blizzard didn't think RTS made enough money, so they did not care. But Microsoft did Age of Empires Remaster and like Age of Empires 2 Remaster, and that was really good. They recently put out Age of Empires 4, which was like pretty good from what I heard. And so I think we would see StarCraft come back as an RTS under Microsoft because they actually care. They also Microsoft also understands that you can make a good video game that doesn't have to be a way to sell people more and more and more shit for all of time. Like, you can literally just make a video game that's good, that sells box copies, that people like, without having to have a storefront in it, or some way to milk people for years and years and years to come. That's something that Microsoft is cool with, that like Activision Blizzard was never going to be cool with again. That's why we lost things like StarCraft. That's why we lost things like Heroes of the Storm, because they just couldn't make enough money in the in-game stores. And they thought, like, why even support the game? We're not making enough money in the in-game shops. Game must be bad, so let's just toss it in the bin. But that's not really how Microsoft operates. Exactly. StarCraft 2 made less money for them than the Sparkle Horse and the WoW shop. Yes. And when you're using that as like a direct comparison for how well a game is doing, like, well, then you're not going to think your game is doing very well. And so you end up canceling games that are doing great, that have thriving player bases that people love. You just cancel them because they're not making enough shop money. Hey, level 62. Alright, it's the stables we have to burn. We have to burn the stables. And we need to capture an Eye of Gilrock. Back to the list of other MMOs. New World does not exist. No, it doesn't. What I heard was that when New World Aeternum comes out, which is they're remaking New World. And so instead of New World being like an MMORPG as we know it, they're kind of turning it into like an ARPG. And they're calling it New World Aeternum. And so with that, from what I understand, the existing... Oh, hi guys, how are you all? I'm doing good, thanks for asking. Where'd all these guys come from? I think the Eye of Gilrock must have summoned all these guys. From what I understand, they're closing the New World servers. Like, New World, I think, is going to go bye-bye in a permanent way. So, yeah. The D&D MMO, I have no idea. Yeah, D&D has an MMO, like I said, if I jump into a new MMO, it's either going to be ESO or Final Fantasy XIV. So we should think about that. Those are the games that I would jump into if I determined that I like had the initiative and the time to do so. That's where I would go. Terra. I played that game when it first came out. Like almost every other MMORPG that's come out in the last 20 years, I played that when it came out. Like, for a WoW clone at the time, it was pretty good. Rift, yep, Rift, another game that was pretty good when it came out. The combat, yeah, well, you know. No game's perfect. Yeah, like a lot of these MMOs were like pretty decent when they came out, you know. They just weren't like world changing. They weren't WoW killers, and so they didn't get to stick around for very long. Where am I bringing this eyeball back to? Oh, there we go. Nice.
Blood and thunder, farewell. Strength.
Like, and either way, like, whether I go to ESO or to Final Fantasy, like, there's a lot of leveling. There's a lot of questing to do. Like, both games have a lot of story. In Final Fantasy, the story is mandatory, but the story is also really good. In ESO, the stories are really good, but it's not all mandatory. But I would still feel really compelled to tackle it all in chronological order and try to see all of it in a way that made sense. Grillock Dark Eyes Eye Patch. I thought this guy was like back inside of this thing. I don't know why it's marking him out here. I don't think he's out here. Oh, he is out here somewhere. Apparently I have him targeted. Is he? Oh, he's in the cave down here. Okay, okay. Yeah, he must be in this cave. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Okay, let's see. Do I have like a frost shield? I could have swore I had some kind of, yeah, ice barrier. I need a spot for ice barrier. Do I need arcane explosion? Probably not. I probably don't need my wand out anymore either. The wand could be a keybind I can use for something else. Okay, so let's go ice barrier. Let's go these guys. Let's get in here. Alright, this is sort of working. Hey, there we go, we got it. Esme, happy Wednesday to you as well, and welcome to the stream. If I go with ESO, stay away from crafting? Yeah, I will. Like, if I go to a new MMO, like, I'm gonna avoid crafting until I'm like level cap, until I can like, until I have time in my brain to kind of like learn that system. You guys know that like I'm not a really big crafting person like to begin with. Even in WoW, like I am not much of a crafter. On this character, I'm trying to craft a little bit, but like I'm just not a crafter. That's gonna be the same probably in like any game I go to. Let's head over here. We have Void Ridge Soul Shards to collect. Let's go do this first. Alright, Blood Furnace.
What do you need? Go forth to victory. Strength. Be safe.
You've been playing ESO since December. You haven't finished the original story. Ooh. That's like Final Fantasy 14 length of story. So, yeah. So yeah, that's what like either way, like whatever game I were to play, I have a lot of questing that I'm gonna want to do. I was silenced. Interesting.
These are tools I can use. Stay away from me.
I think what I need to do is I probably need to learn a little bit more about the end games of both Final Fantasy XIV and ESO. Because I really don't know anything about how it's structured, what kinds of activities I'm doing, like if I'm queuing up in a dungeon finder type system for hard content or if I'm having to like look for people manually. I probably need to like actually do, you know, the research before I like decide to invest 300 hours to leveling or like questing in a game. Seems like that could be responsible. I guess what I really need to find out is like, is it fun? Is there fun stuff to do that I'm going to enjoy? Like, as someone who like enjoys, like I enjoy Mythic 5-mans, like what content do I enjoy at endgame? Like I enjoy difficult, smaller group content. Like 5 to 10 player content that's challenging. Like that's really all that I enjoy. I don't enjoy like huge group content. I don't really enjoy like weird open world events. I don't really like world questing. Like, I guess, like, mainly what I enjoy is, like, hard dungeons that are scaled for, like, 5 to 10 people. Yeah, I know group size in FF14 is 4 and 8. Yeah, because group sizes are 4 people. Same thing, that's what I mean. Yeah, like, single or double party size. We'll see. I'll put some thought into what I want to do. But yeah, maybe one of these days we'll take a stream and we'll explore either one of those games or both those games and maybe kind of go from there. Why are we dragging the boss into the other room? Is that necessary? Did we have to drag the boss back here? Am I just running randoms? This is a random, yeah. Like, while I'm questing, I'm sitting in the queue for randoms. The queue times are like, it's like 20 minutes between queues right now, so... We're not getting a lot of runs. Every once in a while, we're getting a run.
You won't let him lose! He'll kill us all! Who dares interrupt? What is this? What have you done? You'll ruin everything!
I'll roll on that. 23 stam, 18 int, 8 spirit with 2 slots. We did not win the item, but we tried. I like my 20-minute queues. Yeah, I don't want my queues to be shorter. I want to get a chunk of questing done, so yeah, when it comes to queue times, I'd like them to be anywhere between 12 to like 20 minutes is fine with me. I'm not trying to spam dungeons or level up like super quickly. I'm just trying to quest and hang out, have a chill time. I'm not in any hurry here.
victory!
Let's see. I guess that's a little bit better. It's gonna break our transmog. Oh, we got the heirloom stuff. That's right. We're not gonna be wearing this. I'm gonna equip it so we get the appearance, and then we will go back to our heirloom stuff. I totally forgot we were rocking heirlooms on this character. Just like kind of slipped my mind.
Strength and honor. Farewell. Strength.
Is it best to play Horde or Alliance? I mean, whether or not you play Horde or Alliance is kind of based on two things. Firstly, it should always be based on your personal preference. So, like, what's your favorite race? That's going to determine what faction you play on. Secondly, you're going to then want to do a little bit of research and make sure you land on a server that is swayed towards your faction. Like, for instance, I'm on Mankrik. Mankrik is a US East server that's predominantly Horde. When I want to play Alliance, I play on Pagel, because Pagel is a US East server that's predominantly Alliance. But realistically, you play what you want, and then just find a server that supports that choice. If you're in the States, Mankrik is a good Horde server, and Pagel is a good Alliance server. Let's see, we have an item to use. Oh, hi. Hello there. This is Mankrik. Mm-hmm.
Trollhound, for the Horde! Farewell.
Okay, I don't have the heirloom weapon. But this is not an upgrade. Speaking of upgrades, let's pop the bag open. We got some gloves. Those are not an upgrade either. Let's hit up a vendor and empty our inventory. What's up with Sod? I don't know. I don't play Sod. What's up with Sod? Someone who plays Sod would have to tell me. I haven't played Sod. We played opening night of Phase 3. And opening night of Phase 3 was the last time that I played Sod. And as of right now, I have zero plans to revisit Sod. I heard they were consolidating some of the servers. Is that right? That was like the last news I heard, was they had to consolidate some of the servers. Which I guess if you're consolidating servers, the most typical reason to consolidate servers is if player numbers are low. So maybe player numbers are kind of low. Someone said Sod! Alert! Alert! Yellow alert! Go to yellow alert, please. All stations, yellow alert. Raise shields. They're going to 1 PvE and 1 PvP. What about the RP PvP servers? Are they gonna all get rolled up into 1 PvP server, or is there gonna be like 1 PvE, 1 PvP, 1 RP PvP? Like, what about the role players? Are you telling me Sod doesn't care about the role players? Come on. That can't be right. That can't be right. Robert, have a good rest of your day, man. And thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it.
What is it? Goodbye. Our time.
Alright, we are level 63. We probably have a talent point or two. Yes, we do. We can go into Frostfire Orb. Convert your Flame Orb into a Frostfire Orb. Do I have a Flame Orb? Causing your Frostfire Orb to benefit from your Frost specialization. In addition, reduces the speed of targets. Okay, I didn't even know I had a spell called Flame Orb. But apparently I do. I think I want this. I mean, if I can find the Flame Orb spell in my spellbook, like if I have this yet. Which, like, I'm not convinced that I do. Let's have a look. Flame Orb. This is like my biggest pet peeve with Cataclysm talents, guys. Is like, we got a talent at level 65 that buffs and changes a spell that we don't get until level 81. This is my only problem with Cataclysm talent trees, is that they're built really well for max level characters, but they're not built for leveling characters at all. Like, they're just not built for leveling people at all. Like, when you're leveling, like, you might as well just ignore your talents, because so many of them are not going to apply to you until much later on. That's crazy. So there we go. I got 2 points in a talent that I'm not going to take advantage of for 20 levels. Fun times, fun times. Moving on. Moving onward and upward. Utrak slain. Utrak. Let's see if we can find Utrak. You guys are having trouble getting into modern WoW today? You're getting character not found when trying to log into retail? Hey, you can come play Cataclysm. Cataclysm servers are functioning.
Hello, Dark Lady.
Is it maybe like a US problem? Is there any? Yeah, because last time this was happening, it was only affecting US servers because they were getting like hit by a DDoS attack or something.
Time is money, friend. Keep it real. Hurry back. Keep it real. Glad I could help. Hurry back.
Howling Fjord or Borean Tundra? Borean Tundra. Yeah, I prefer Borean Tundra. Howling Fjord has like some elevation differences that I don't really appreciate. Although obviously going there with a flying mount, it probably minimizes that. Also, like Howling Fjord, parts of it are very narrow and enclosed. I prefer Borean Tundra being like open, being more of like a flat plains type area. Yeah, I enjoy we're going to be doing Borean Tundra. We're going to be skipping the Howling Fjord. I know that's not a very common take, but I've always preferred Borean Tundra. How have I liked questing in the War Within? Yeah. It's been okay. So, like, originally what I was doing is I was doing, like, the main quest and I was stopping to do the side quest. Unfortunately, like, they locked a bunch of stuff behind completing the main quest. So what I had to do is eventually I had to pivot and I just started doing just the main quest, and, like, I got done with all of the zone stories. So now I gotta go back and do the side quests, which, like, doing it that way I don't think is gonna be as enjoyable overall. But they locked so much stuff behind completing the MSQ that I felt compelled to do the MSQ first once I realized that. It's been okay. The side stories have been okay. The main stories have been okay. Like, I haven't had any real problems with the questing in the War Within. Everything about the main story has been very safe. Relatively predictable as far as, like, story elements go. It's not taking a lot of big chances. The side stories, like, there are a lot of them. They sure made a metric crap ton of side stories, like, of side quests. Like, there are so many side quests to do. And I guess that's good. I really wonder, like, how many people are going to do all the side quests. But for people who enjoy that content, there's a ton of them. Yeah, definitely, I would recommend anybody just finish the MSQ first, because world quests are locked behind MSQ, bountiful delves are locked behind MSQ, like, finish your MSQ first, then cycle back to do the side stories. And you don't have to do the full MSQ, you just have to do the MSQ in the 4 zones. After you do the MSQ in the 4 zones, it opens up all the endgame stuff, and then you get the 5-chapter endgame story, which I haven't completed yet. So I've completed all of the zone quest, all of the zone story quest, but not the 5-chapter, the War Within quest line that you get once you're done with that. I still have to... Ooh, a 16-slot bag. I don't think I've ever randomly found a 16-slot bag in my entire life. So that's cool. Did you miss anything crazy? It's a Cataclysm stream, so no. you're not gonna miss anything. I promise. We found a 16-slot bag. That was it. That was the most exciting thing. And I've never found a 16-slot bag before off a mob, so that is actually pretty exciting. Now, I already have 16-slot bags, so it doesn't really matter, but... Could probably sell it for like 2 gold on the auction house. We're seeing the LFG do that thing again where like it lists Underbog, but it has me locked out of Underbog for some reason. The last time, the only way I could fix that was to log out and log back in. But I think when it does that, it somehow breaks the queue. Like, we've been in queue for a half hour, and like it isn't showing us an estimated time, which is not really normal behavior. And I feel like there's some kind of bug in the game still where like if you level up while you're in the queue, it sometimes bugs out the LFG. And it locks you out of certain dungeons, but then I think it also just stops trying to find a group for you. I think you just kind of get left in the queue, and that's where you live after that. This is like the third time this has happened to us. So it's some kind of bug. Let's see. Yeah, see, now Underbog is no longer locked out because, you know, it shouldn't be locked out. But yeah, when you level up, and leveling up causes you to get another dungeon added to your list, but you're already in the queue, like something breaks. And you don't get placed into a group after that, like at all. While I'm down here, I'm gonna go get the Shatrath flight point. Just so we have it, because we're pretty close. Yeah, the music in Terracar is really good. It's a very chill music track. It's very, very ambient. We probably will do some questing here. I think we'll quest in Zangarmarsh and Terracar.
Keep it real. Glad I could help. Keep it real.
What add-on am I using to make the quest look like that? That's called Dialogue UI. Yep. They make it for Classic, for Cata, and for Retail. Dialogue UI. Early thoughts on War Within? It's very decent. Yep, it's very decent. If you liked Dragonflight, then you'll like War Within. If you were on the fence about Dragonflight, you will probably still enjoy War Within. It's very decent. Looks like slave pens. Nice.
What brings you here? Ishnu Allah.
Must not give up. You brought this on yourselves. Deserve this.
I'm not sure if we completed any of the quests, but I'm going to teleport out and teleport back in just to check. Alright, we completed one of the
I
quests.
am honored.
Two of the quests.
How may I help? Farewell. Good luck, friend.
Whoops. It turns out we had completed a third quest. We'll get that turned in next time. I'm gonna AFK for 1 minute. I need to bio and I want to get some more coffee. I will be right back.
Keep it real. Hurry back. Time is money, friend. Keep it real. Have a good one.
The dark times will pass.
Strength and honor. Go forth to victory.
Greetings. Ancestors watch over you.
Beware the living. Dreams of Addons. Trust no one.
What's the weird quest window? The weird quest window is called Dialogue UI. And it is cool. And you can get it for Classic Era, Cataclysm, or Retail. No problem.
discipline.
So I guess between the Adept Elixir and the Elixir of Healing Power, I'm assuming I can only have one of these. Yeah. Counts as Battle Elixir. Okay. Well, that's good to know. It's 2 hours. Oh, that's a long time. This says, oh yeah, 2 hours. Do I get 2 hours because I'm an alchemist? Is that why I'm getting longer elixirs? Or is 2 hours standard for Cataclysm? Mr. Santa, have a good rest of your day, man. Thanks for being here. We'll see you next time. Oh yeah. Is this more details on that, Robert? I saw the original blue post yesterday. Let's see. We want to provide additional details on today's leveling changes. So basically, they nerfed players and made mobs harder to kill. So like if you didn't play in the early access, then your gameplay is going to be more challenging in the sense that it's going to take longer for you to kill mobs, and therefore it's going to take longer for you to level up, and therefore it's going to take longer for you to get to level cap. It's like, it's so weird. Like, we talked about this on stream quite a bit the last couple days, how leveling in World of Warcraft has always been easy, and never has it been more easy than any time like after Cataclysm. If you look at kill rates anytime after Cataclysm, like kill rates while leveling up, it's fast. Mobs go down really easily. Mobs die quick, they're supposed to. If you go back and look, like I have some Shadowlands leveling videos, and if you look at the kill rate in Shadowlands, for a fresh character getting into Shadowlands, like it was also really easy. Dragonflight was much the same, but yeah, they've decided to up the difficulty. Changes aim to make the difficulty curve more gradual. Enemy strength will actually increase by less per level in the mid to high 70s than it used to. So they're making it harder up front, and then less hard over time. I honestly don't feel like anything needed to change. I didn't feel like anything needed to change about how hard it was to kill mobs. I didn't think there was anything wrong with the scaling. Now that being said, I brought a character into the expansion that had a 505 gear score. Which, you know, so when I was killing mobs really fast, I thought to myself, this is nice. This is what I deserve for having a 505 gear score. Like, I have some decent gear, and the reward for that is that I can kill mobs really quickly. If I had brought my Destruction Warlock in with a 360 gear score, I would have had an entirely different experience. You know, and I don't feel like there is anything wrong with it. I feel like, once again, this is a case of Blizzard listening to a very vocal minority. I think most people who leveled up in the early access didn't care about this at all. I think people just leveled up, they got to level cap, and they're fine. I feel like this loud majority almost comes from people that aren't even playing the game. It comes from people that are watching other people play the game. Like, how many people popped into my streams just to say how easy leveling was, or how weak the mobs felt, or how overpowered I seemed? I think this loud minority of people, I think they were people that aren't even playing the game. So yeah, because if you were playing the game, then it doesn't matter. You're killing stuff dies easily. It's World of Warcraft leveling. It is just how it is. If you're a player of World of Warcraft, you already know that. And yeah, I don't think there was any problem with it. But it's nice of them to give some more details, I guess. I just don't think that anything they're doing was necessary. I don't think the majority of players playing War Within really care about this at all. I think this is an issue for a minority of people who probably aren't even playing. So it's sad to see them put so much effort into changing something that absolutely wasn't broken, and that nobody who's actually playing the game and getting to end game and like actually has goals in the game, nobody who has goals in the game cares about this. Like we don't care about the leveling. I don't really care about what it's like to fight a mob in the open world, unless the mob is totally broken. Like unless scaling is broken to a point where it's too hard, which wasn't the case. So yeah, really surprised to see them take these actions, and I think it's a case of them taking action for a vocal minority where they didn't need to do anything. Nothing was broken. There was nothing to fix. Like, maybe they should come back and buff TBC stuff in Classic era too, because look, I mean, I'm killing mobs really fast. Maybe we need to go back in every version of the game and nerf players and buff the mobs. Yeah, so they got rid of the tier set bonuses from Dragonflight. Like, that's so rude. Like, it's so bad because, like, if you're playing in early access, then like a lot of us are already level cap, and this doesn't impact us at all. Like, I got to have my 4-set bonus, like I got to have my powerful gear. Like, I hit level cap and I don't care. And so, like, for anybody else who's playing in the late access, like, it's going to impact them a lot. They're going to lose whatever 4-set bonuses they had. It's a bad change. There's nothing, they didn't need to change anything. Yeah, non-early access players, you know, you get the short end of the stick, especially because, like I said, I don't think a lot of people care about this. I don't think most people were like, oh man, I really hope they make the leveling harder. I really want mobs to be more challenging while I level up. I don't think that's how most people feel. And they made this change before, like, as early access is ending, before people who don't have early access can even get their feet under them. Suddenly they're making these changes. It's not an appropriate change. If they felt like there was something wrong with the scaling of the mobs, if they felt like there was something wrong with players going in with a 480 item level and their tier set bonuses, they had all of beta to adjust this stuff. This is why there's a beta. You know, because this isn't fair to people who A, don't care, like they just want to play the game and get to level cap, and see the content. And it's not fair to anybody who didn't purchase early access, because now we just had an easier time in early access because we had so much more player power.
For the Horde.
Yeah, what was the point of the pre-patch event? If the pre-patch event was not to get me some good gear with my 4-set bonuses to take into War Within, then what was the point of it? You know, this is why they waited on this, because if they had not let you get your 4-set bonus, it's like they get you on both ends. They get you coming and going. Because the reason why people put effort into the pre-patch event and getting their gear was so that they could have powerful gear, so they can get their 4-set bonuses and feel powerful for the War Within. If they had originally not allowed that gear to get 4-set bonuses, If they had originally made that gear like item level 460 instead of item level 480, then people would have been complaining about that and no one would have played in the pre-patch event because the gear and the rewards going into War Within wouldn't have been worth it. So on the one hand, they offer you this powerful gear. They let you get your 4-set bonus, so that pulls everybody in. Everyone's playing the pre-patch event to get their characters leveled up, to get them geared up in awesome gear. And then some of us get to take that into War Within, and then the rest of the people who don't have early access, you get your 4-set bonus taken away, and suddenly you're much weaker than you would have been a few days ago, and enemies are also stronger, you know, invalidating a lot of the effort you put into getting the gear to take into War Within. So, yeah, it's bad. It's a bad change. They're doing this thing again where they listen to people who are very loud about their opinions. And it's almost like they don't understand that a lot of the people that are so loud, they don't really care. And a lot of them aren't even playing the game. They're just being loud on the internet. Like, we're not playing Elden Ring. People aren't looking for like difficult moment-to-moment encounters. Most people who play modern WoW are just trying to see the content. They're trying to get to max level so that they can do endgame activities. And so, like, sure, like, adjust the endgame stuff as much as you want to, but leave leveling alone. Like, leveling is not designed to be hard. It's never been hard. Mobs have died quickly since Wrath of the Lich King. Mobs have been dropping dead instantly since Wrath. This is not a new thing. And so it's like kind of baffling to me. I really am blown away that they've even made these changes or bothered to address it at all. Because I don't think it's a problem. I don't think it warrants these kinds of changes, and like the changes themselves and the timing of the changes is really, could possibly be upsetting for people. So yeah, overall just not great. Yeah, we had the whole weekend to level. Like, I'm done. Like, my character's capped. Like, I'll probably go back and cap the pally eventually, but right now it doesn't matter. These changes don't affect me at all. I got to level in a way that I thought was good. I had a lot of character power that I thought I earned. I had a good time just blowing mobs up. And I'm glad I'm done now. I'm glad these changes don't affect me, because that would be really annoying to suddenly have lost my 4-set bonus, to feel much weaker compared to the mobs. Like, that would have been really annoying. So yeah, I'm happy that that's not affecting us. You're going to take in a fresh Mop Remix tune and see if you notice a difference. You were 509 on your Hunter, and you're going to be 460 on the Mop Remix tune. Yeah, I think now you will feel the difference. Yeah, I think you would have felt it. The problem is this: you would have felt the difference anyway. You know what I mean? And I said this in the beginning. Like, people were like, "Oh, you're killing mobs real fast. Mobs are," and I tried to point out, like, yes, I have like a 505 gear score. I'm killing mobs really fast because I have really good gear and I have my 4-set bonus. Whereas, yeah, if you take a character into the expansion with a 460 item level and no 4-set bonus, then you're going to notice it's going to be different. It's going to be different than it was when I was blowing stuff up on day one. And it's like people don't, it's like they didn't understand it. It's like, and I have like a 380 destruction lock. If I brought that destruction lock into War Within, I'd probably get destroyed because my gear sucks. That's the whole point, is like, you have good gear, you feel powerful. You have bad gear, you feel weak. That's a cornerstone of an RPG. Everyone isn't supposed to feel as powerful as everybody else. Some people are going to feel more powerful, some people are going to feel less, because it's going to hinge on how much effort you put into your gear in the prior piece of content. Whether that's the prior patch or it's the prior expansion or whatever. It's just really strange, and I think it's a bad idea for them to have addressed this at all. And so my question is, like, if they're making the content harder for people to level through, what's the benefit to the player? What's the player getting now that the content is harder to level up through? What does the player get out of that? Does anybody know? Like, are they upping rewards? Are they upping XP gains on the mobs? Are the mobs giving more experience or loot? Because if you're just gonna make the mobs arbitrarily harder because people complain on the internet, like, what's the balancing of that? What do the players get out of it taking more time to kill a mob? Because I think that 95% of WoW players, I don't think 95% of people asked for it to take longer to kill a normal mob out in the world. I don't think this is something people want. I don't think this is something people want who actually play the game. And so what do they get out of it? Now it just takes longer to level up. It's player retention? I mean, it's not player retention if people get annoyed and stop playing, though. If suddenly there's this change forced on you that, like, you didn't ask for, like, you're playing the game today, let's say, like, you're level 72, all of a sudden you find out that you don't have the 4-set bonus anymore from your Dragonflight gear, and that the scaling has been buffed at the level that you're at, so the mobs are harder. And if you're just an average player, like, you didn't ask for that, you weren't complaining on the forums or in people's streams about how easily mobs were dying, but you're being punished anyway. And you're not being rewarded by anything else. Like, you're not getting more XP per kill, you're not getting more loot per kill. You're just being slowed down now. For something that other people complained about. It's so weird. Like, and the thing is, like, I think, like, unless it's an elite, you're supposed to be able to just mindlessly solo stuff. I think about the game more now like waves of enemies in a game like Diablo. You know, no one's sitting there looking at a game like Diablo thinking, oh man, the mobs are too weak, I'm killing mobs too fast. And that's kind of what Modern WoW is. Modern WoW is closer to an action RPG than an MMORPG. And so there's more enemies per square foot, and the enemies fall over a little bit faster than they used to because there's more enemies per square foot. And that's more akin to an ARPG than a traditional, like, old school MMO. And that's how I think about combat in Modern WoW. Is that, yes, things are supposed to fall over, but the balancing act of that is that there's more enemies. I don't know. Ultimately, like I said, I guess I don't care about it. My leveling experience is done for now. And so, yep, this is not a change that's going to affect me at all. It'll affect Blizzard, though, and it'll affect other people. And that's unfortunate, but I guess I don't have to care about it too much. And ultimately, we're trying to, like, they're trying to rescale a part of the game that only takes you about 6 hours, okay? Like, leveling up from 70 to 80 takes you about 6 to 8 hours to get it done. And so that's a tiny fraction of the time that you're going to spend in War Within. You're going to spend 6 to 8 hours getting to level cap, and then that's it. Then you're going to be doing endgame stuff, presumably. If you're a person that plays the game beyond doing the initial campaign, you're going to be doing endgame content. And that stuff, by its nature, is going to be better scaled for difficulty, whether you're doing a delve at plus 11, or when the season starts, you're doing mythics. Like, that's the content that's going to have to be properly scaled for difficulty, because that's the content that you're going to spend the majority of your time doing. Whereas the leveling experience is such a small amount of that playtime. You get a more meaningful experience. Hard work makes you better. Yeah. But that's not what it is, though. It's still not hard work. It just takes longer. Yeah, it's still not a challenge. That's the thing, is like, you can make it take 10 seconds to kill a mob. You can make it take 20 seconds to kill a mob. Like, that's not really like a skillful experience in a tab target MMO. Like, it just isn't. All you're doing is you're making it take longer. And like, making something take longer is not necessarily making it more challenging, and it's definitely not something that's going to necessarily make it more immersive. For a lot of people playing the game, it's probably just going to be annoying to them, having the knowledge that the last group of people that did the content had an easier time of it, and now because somebody else complained, they are going to be taking longer to get through the content than other people did. That's all it's going to be. No one is going to be happy and think, oh, I get to be more engaged with the game, I get to run through my rotation more, and that makes me a better player and I'm having more fun. Nobody's actually going to think that. And not even the people who are complaining about this to begin with, because like I said, the people who are complaining about this, I don't think they're playing the game. I think they're just on the internet bitching about stuff they see other people doing. Yeah, and if you want to have that challenge, like I keep telling people, if you are a person who actually wants challenging content, and you're not just a person that wants to complain about things, if you want challenging content, the challenging content is in the game. But the onus is on you, the player, to engage with the challenging content. Like, you have to go do the mythics, you have to go do the raids, you have to push the delves. Like, that burden of responsibility is on the player. If you want hard content, do the hard content. We don't have to make the easy leveling content more challenging just because a handful of people are complaining about the way it is. Because there is plenty of challenging content to do in World of Warcraft. Yeah, and then the timing of it is just really bad. That's, for a lot of people, the timing of the change is going to be the worst part, not even necessarily the change itself. I think a lot of people could have been okay with the change. You know, because ultimately it's not going to make it that much more difficult. But I think the timing of it was just really bad. Yeah, the moment-to-moment combat while you level up a character is not supposed to be challenging in that way. That's why they have other things in the game that are challenging. That's why they have delves. That's why they have Mythic Plus. It's why they have Mythic Raids. Like, if you want that really challenging content, where, like, if you don't move on time, you die, where if you don't interrupt, you die, where you have to run through your rotation over and over again to kill a pack, like, that content exists. That content is in the game. It's just that the people complaining about how easy it is to level, those people, they're either not playing the game, or they're not the type of players to get into any content besides leveling. All they want to do is level, and they just want to complain that it's too easy. Because what they don't want to do is they don't want to push themselves to do any actually challenging content. It's easier just to complain about the content that you're doing than to seek out the content that would be more challenging. And that's all that it is. If they really wanted challenging content, then they would know where that was in the game. If they really wanted challenging content, they wouldn't care about how easy it is to level up, because they'd be interested and excited to get into the challenging content.
Beast, obey me! Kill them at once!
I think for companions, they said we're going to get a new companion each new season. So maybe season 2, we'll see a different companion character for Delves. They indicate, I forget what the exact wording was, but they indicated in some way that we would get other companions for Delves in the future. I don't know if any of them will be better healers. But yeah, like basically anybody I can take besides Bran, I'd be happy. Let's teleport out and teleport back in, and we will turn in the quest. Or we'll deal with this guy first.
Ishnu Allah, Goddess watch over you.
What's my opinion on Crab Rangoon? I have no idea what that is. Is that a food? Is that a musical group? Is that a dance? Crab Rangoon. I don't know what that is. So I guess I don't have an opinion. Sounds gross though. Suddenly I'm getting like queue. We were waiting like 20 minutes for queues. Now suddenly I'm getting queues like back to back to back. Ah, we got into the middle of this one. Where am I? Okay, yeah, we got into the end of this one, I guess. I've wounded your soul. I don't eat seafood. I eat fish, but I don't eat things that crawl in the ocean. So if it's something in the ocean that crawls, I don't eat that. I have an aversion to things in the ocean that crawl. I think it's unnatural.
Pay with your life. My fallen brothers, take form and fight. Where I but
Well, that was fun. I'm pretty sure that's the end of that dungeon. Well, I guess I'm like 90% sure. We got some slippers. That is a pretty big upgrade. That's nice. Yeah, we got the bag, so that must have been the end of that one. We got a ring upgrade. That's awesome. Nice boots. We got some nice boots, some nice quick bonus XP. Yeah, now we're getting like instant queues. It must be because we hit a threshold where we can be put into basically all of them. I think at level 65, like a lot of them open up. Yeah, now we have Mana Tombs access. I don't mind it. Especially when we have quests we can do. Robert, have a good rest of your day, man. Thanks for being here today. I appreciate it. What server are we playing on? We are playing on Mankrik in Cataclysm. Yeah, they released Chapter 5. So of the end game post-zone MSQ, there were 5 chapters. I thought they put... Well, I thought I heard they were putting the 5th chapter out on September 3rd. Maybe they put the 4th chapter out today? I don't know. I haven't finished that. I haven't even started the 5 chapter like end game MSQ yet. I finished all the zone MSQs and I have yet to start the final MSQ line, so I'm not sure what was available at launch and what was supposed to be available later on. Man, these fire mages are really lighting it up. We have a fire spec available to us. Maybe I should check out my fire spec. Because every fire mage that we group with is dealing an insane amount of damage. It all looks like it's Flame Strike Dot. Flame Strike Dot, and Blast Wave. That's like all of his damage. Apparently it's better than Blizzard. So like maybe I ought to check out fire spec. Fire spec is what I'm gonna play endgame anyway. If it can be viable for me while leveling up, I guess that would be good. Yeah, the post that I read said that Chapter 5, which wasn't out yet, was supposed to be live on September 3rd. So, like, I don't know if Chapter 5 went live today, maybe they decided to roll it out early. Maybe it was a mistake. It's hard to say. I don't think they should time gate any story. So like, I feel like if you have X amount of story for a patch, all of that story should be available to a player the moment the patch goes live, whether it's the 1.0 patch, 0.5, 2.0. If there are X amount of story chapters, all of those story chapters should be available when the patch is live. So like, I don't believe in time gating the story. There's enough stuff in WoW that's time gated. I really disagree with time gating the story. It always feels so much better to play it all through than to have to wait week after week to get the next 20-minute part of the... Because, you know, it's only like... It's like 20 or 30 minutes of content for each chapter. If you do them all together, that's like 3 hours of content, and it feels good. If you have to wait week to week, it's 30 minutes of content each week, and it feels really underwhelming and bad. It's money for them. I guess I never really understood that. I guess the premise is, the belief is that if they don't time gate the campaign, people will play the campaign right away and then quit the game and cancel their sub? Like, how many people are like that? Firstly, how many people play World of Warcraft for the story? A small percentage of people play WoW for the story. And so I really don't believe there's a huge population of people who, if they could, would mainline all the story and then cancel their sub as soon as the story was over and never come back. I don't believe that is a significant portion of people. So like, of all the things to time gate, time gating the story makes 0 sense. Nobody who plays WoW cares. Like maybe 5 people care, and those 5 people probably are not going to cancel their sub just because they've been able to finish the current story. So I don't know. I can see their reasoning, but I think that reasoning is flawed. I can understand time gating other stuff, you know, player power, player progression, but time gating the story has never made any sense to me. time gating the story takes something that already feels very mediocre and makes it feel really bad. That's what time gating WoW's story does. It takes something that already only feels mediocre at best, and it just makes it feel really bad when you're playing it in 20-minute chunks across 5 weeks, or whatever the cadence is. Spoilers? Do you think they care about spoilers? They put the opening cinematics up to the War Within on their official YouTube page before people had access to the game. So like early access people had the game, but they put the 2 key cinematics, like the Dalaran cinematics went live on their YouTube channel days and days before late access started. So like I don't believe they care about spoilers. They seem more than willing to spoil key plot points for huge portions of the population who don't have access to the game yet. You know? Like, I think all these things are like points they would make. They would probably make these points, but I think that these are all like flawed points that don't really make sense upon like a close inspection of the evidence.
What is this? You must forgive me, but I was not expecting company. As you can see, we are somewhat preoccupied. But no matter. As I am a gracious host, I will tend to you. Just
They changed the release for the Earthen race too without announcing it. In what way? In what way did they change the Earthen release? From what I know, the Earthen were also locked behind doing the MSQ. So like you wouldn't have access to the Earthen unless you completed the story quest in the 4 zones. That doesn't count the endgame story quest, just the story quest in the 4 zones. That's how I thought they had locked down the Earthen race. Which I thought was a bold move. It was a bold move because typically upon an expansion launch, if a new race is part of an expansion, in the past, we've gotten them in the pre-patch. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's a precedent for like new races that are the back of the box feature for the expansion. I feel like there's precedent for us getting them in the pre-patch. But I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering. Alright, I think I want to try my fire spec out. Because fire mages seem to be doing quite a bit of damage, and I wonder if I could be doing quite a bit of damage too. Like leveling, I mean like leveling frost feels good, but I wonder if fire is better. We have lots of talent points to spend. Let's get on our mount here. Not that mount. Okay, let's just fix this. Okay, there we go. All right, so What do we want to spend our points on? Combustion, I think we have to grab this. Combines your damaging periodic fire effects on an enemy target but does not consume them. Instantly dealing fire damage, creating a new periodic effect that lasts 10 seconds and deals damage. Okay, sure. What else? Dragon's Breath is a maybe. Improved Flame Strike, we know we need this. Reduce the casting time by 100% so it's instant cast. Gives you a 100% chance that your Blast Wave spell will also automatically Flame Strike the same location if 2 or more targets are affected by the Blast Wave. Oh. That's really nice. Increased Spell Haste if 3 or more targets are taking fire damage over time. Critical Mass, Living Bomb, Flame Orb spells deal 5% more damage, and your Pyroblast and Scorch spells have a 100% chance to cause your target to be vulnerable. Let's take 3 points in that. And what else? I don't know about improved Flame Blast. That doesn't seem really necessary. Reduce the global cooldown on your Mage Ward spell. We have to grab Dragon's Breath, I guess, to even get into Living Bomb, so let's grab that now. You can play them on September 3rd. You can unlock them now, but you can't play them? Really? You can unlock Earthen now, but you can't make an Earthen yet? Is this real? I don't think I have anything to train. Level 81 for Flame Orb. Level 68 for Mage Armor. Yeah, we don't have anything to train immediately. Keeping in mind, like, spell ranks and stuff are given to us automatically, so we don't have to worry about spell ranks. Alright, this is gonna take some getting used to, though. I also need to grab Dragon's Breath needs to come out. Okay, yeah, I feel like this is fine. I'm not really sure like what my priority is here on like single target things. Like single target is gonna be rough for a minute. Yeah, okay, I kind of get it. I mean, I kind of get it. It also seems like it's kind of likely to get me killed. So I'm kind of worried about, you know, death. Should I be using Frost Fireball still instead of Fireball maybe? Like maybe that's a thing? I don't know. Maybe it's not a thing. Maybe I just need to be using Fireball. Oops, I should probably just be using Fireball, I guess. Dragon's Breath when I pull threats. When I pull threats? Oh, disoriented. Oh, okay. That's smart. It disorients them. Oh no, he knocked them all out of my flame strike. Oh. Oh god, there goes all my damage. Oh my gosh. As soon as I laid down the flame strike, they all got punted. That was hilarious. Do I not have an ability called Living Bomb? Am I not supposed to have Living Bomb yet? Or is Living Bomb not a thing? Well, the tank got himself killed, and I'm not surprised, I guess. He managed to blow himself up. Yeah, I don't see Living Bomb anywhere, so maybe that's not a spell. Maybe I made it up. Maybe it's like a Wrath of the Lich King thing. I thought I saw several talents that referenced Living Bomb, though, so I don't know. It's kind of weird. I can use Scorch while moving. I didn't realize that. I'm glad I tried it.
Will be your death.
Karen, have a good rest of your night. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next time.
Challenges. Pity they were all in vain. Soon your people will kneel to my lord. You are nothing. I answer a higher call. My lord will be the end of you all.
Alright, so yeah, let's hearth back. Well, let's finish what we're doing. Let's finish the quest, then we'll hearth back to Orgrimmar. We'll make sure that we don't have any fire spells to train at the trainer, even though the spellbook doesn't show anything. I don't know if I trust the spellbook right now to show me stuff like that, so we'll go check it out. Ah, it's weird not having my ice elemental buddy. I am the Living Bomb. That was my nickname in high school. Yep, Robert the Living Bomb. Alright, that one's done.
That better be good.
Are the live servers still down? I'm not sure. I know some people were having problems getting in earlier, but I don't know. I haven't tried to log into them today. They could still be down. Alright, I do want to hearth back to Orgrimmar, so let's do that.
What do you need?
Yeah, we got nothing. Yep, flame orbit level 81. Mage armor at 68. Yeah, there's really that's it.
Go forth to victory.
So what am I seeing in the talents? Okay. Alright, I'm gonna play a little bit more, but I have to bio. I will be right back. Alright. What do we think of the new X pack? It's okay. Yeah, it's pretty decent. That's about it. It seems like a pretty decent WoW expansion. There's nothing really groundbreaking about it. There's nothing really surprising about it. It's very safe. And it's a decent X-Pack. What about my glyphs? What about my glyphs? I have glyphs. Surprisingly, I have glyphs. I don't have any minor glyphs, but like we don't really care about minor glyphs that much. They don't do a lot for us. I'm waiting on my last prime glyph. We have Pyroblast, Fireball. I'm not really sure what we would do with our last prime glyph. Oh shit. We do get a living bomb spell at some point. It says increases the damage of your living bomb spell. What am I missing? Am I just being very obtuse? And I'm just like, I'm not seeing it? Oh, we have to get down. Okay. I got it. This does not improve living bomb. This gives us living bomb. I see it now. Yeah, we get living bomb when we get... For some reason, I thought this was going to be like a buff to living bomb. This gives us the actual ability. So we have a few more... 1 or 2 more talent points to go. Okay. Yeah. It all makes sense now. So then I'll want to get Glyph of Living Bomb. That'll be our 3rd main glyph slot. Okay, now everything in the world makes sense. Everything is right with the world now. I just had to actually read the talent tree.
Hall, may your blades never dull. Strength.
Our enemies will fall.
What you want?
If we go out to Falcon Watch, there's like 17 more quests to pick up, so maybe we should go do that. I feel like we're mostly done on this side of the zone. I also feel like with the way we're going, we could easily be level 70, like, and still be in Hellfire Peninsula. Which is a little bit strange. Part of me is tempted to just go to another zone. Part of me, like, has momentum in this zone, and, like, I don't really know if I want to break up the momentum to go somewhere else. So maybe we'll just go pick stuff up over here and see how that goes. How does it feel to go from dragon riding to this? It's okay. Like, I don't really mind. It's easier for me, especially while I'm streaming, because then I don't really have to pay attention to what's going on with the flight. Whereas, like, dragon riding, I kind of have to be, like, engaged with what I'm doing the entire time. Like, dragon riding is better for gameplay, but not as good for just, like, quality of life for me, like, just sitting here talking. It doesn't, going back and forth doesn't really bother me.
Will fall. The eternal sun guides us. Shurelaron.
Am I gonna have room in my quest log for all of these quests?
Baladash, Malanori. Death to all who oppose us.
Anaria Shola. Enubilore Delana.
The dark times will pass.
Ah, slave pens. Good slave pens. We have this lingering quest that I never turned in.
Another day.
There we go. I feel bad for this warlock. The warlock can't get any spells off before everything is dead. Poor warlock.
Don't make me kill you. Deserve this.
So fire is fun. So I guess the Warlock gave up. Either the Warlock gave up or they basically have somebody on follow. Which is also giving up, because they haven't really been doing a whole lot. I feel like they saw how the first couple of pulls went and then they kind of just stopped trying. I can't really blame them. I mean, if you're not able to get your dots going, you're not able to get your dots going. What are you gonna do? I guess they don't have a lot of like really powerful, like quick abilities. I thought they had Rain of Fire. Like he could throw down a Rain of Fire. Immolate, Conflagrate, Shadow Bolt. Yeah, there's no Rain of Fire going out. He hasn't done anything in a while. I kind of feel like he must have somebody on follow, or maybe he's buddies with somebody else on the run. Doesn't really matter, I guess. And that is it. Johnny, good afternoon, man. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. It looks like we're waiting on a respawn. Yeah, Black Talon the Savage. I thought this guy was an elite, but apparently not. Average wait time 3 minutes. It looks like the only thing there's a deficit of in Cataclysm is healers. Seems like there's plenty of tanks, and obviously there's plenty of DPS. Healers are like the one thing holding us back from essentially like instant queues. Retail is still being buggy, people are still getting disconnected. It's kind of been like that all day, I feel like. I wonder if that's like just servers being like temperamental because more people are playing, or is it that they're being the victim of a DDoS attack? Maybe it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. They had maintenance this morning, didn't they? A little bit of maintenance? Maybe they broke something in maintenance.
For the Horde, go forth to victory. May your blades never dull. Strength.
Apparently I had a bunch of quests from Blood Furnace that we never turned in.
Perhaps I can find a use for you. Stay away from me.
I am going to sit out a pull or two so that I can get all of my mana back.
sorcery can hold me.
It'd be cool if we could drop out of combat so I could drink some water. But no, we are perma stuck in combat. There we go. We finally got out. Let's just sit here for a minute and try to get a little bit of mana back.
You mustn't let him loose! He'll kill us all! Who dares to? What is this? What have you done? You'll ruin everything!
State your business.
This is an escort. I'm not going to do that right now. I may not do that one at all, but I'm definitely not going to do it right this minute. Justin, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. The tank comes in, and the first thing he says is, "I've got res sickness." Oh, good, good. I guess that's like a difficulty modifier for the healer. When your tank comes in and he has res sickness. That's what every healer just wants to hear right away. That's a new low as a tank. Just coming into a run with res sickness. I don't think I've ever done that. It's embarrassing. A Dungeon Finder is a good addition to the game. Yep. A Dungeon Finder is awesome. Oh, dang, I got shield blocked. That was rude. I have stacks of inhibit magic. I can't seem to get rid of them. And the problem with that is that it takes me forever to cast. Not really sure what's going on with that one. Yeah, it seems like no matter what I do here, I'm gonna keep getting these stacks. I wonder if there's a class that could, like, cleanse this off of me. Yeah, that was very detrimental to my performance. I didn't like that. That was incredibly rude to me. This tank still has res sickness, just so you guys know. He's got 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes of res sickness. I think we'll be done with the dungeon before his res sickness is gone. That's crazy. Yeah, it's the tank that has res sickness. Yep. And apparently it's still going on. He just wants us to know. You know, at least he's being transparent about it. He could have just kept it from us. At this point, I'm not convinced that anybody would have noticed. Even if he had said nothing, we probably wouldn't have noticed. We're killing stuff too fast for it to really matter, you know?
There's no turning back now. Rise, my fallen brothers. Take force and fight. Where I...
There we go, another one bites the dust. That should be it for that one. I don't know if we completed any quest here, though. Maybe I should teleport out and teleport back in. I got Professional Master. That's cool. Yeah, I'm gonna teleport out and teleport back in to see if we completed any quest. Let's check it out. Yeah, we did complete something. Alright, let's go turn all this stuff in.
Anu Belore Delana. Farewell. Remember the Sunwell. The reckoning is at hand.
We need a vendor. Our inventory is about to be full. Here we go. God, I have so much junk. Are these better? They're probably better. It's busting my transmog. I'll have to get that fixed. That looks like it's an upgrade.
We will have justice.
The eternal sun guides us. We will have justice.
We will persevere. Salama Ashalinore.
Alright, well, we are almost level 68, and I am out of time for today, guys. This has been a lot of fun. I really like the Fire Mage a lot. Like, a lot. I think I want to try to take this character all the way, get it into some heroics, get it some heroic gear, and maybe one day I can intrude upon my guild's raids. Maybe I could do a raid or two on this. This seems like a lot of fun. Really enjoying it. Thank you guys very much for being here and for hanging out today. I think we'll probably do this next time as well. I don't know if that'll be tomorrow or possibly Friday. But yeah, I would like to get this character to level cap, I think. I'm having a lot of fun on it. So thanks for being here, and I hope to see you guys again soon. Bye for now.